Hey everyone, it's VM Campos, Magic Fan. We're doing a no cam stream this week. I'm recovering from being a bit under the weather, so no cam this week, but we'll still be able to play some Magic and do what we do on Arena. I'm going to do some gameplay. Got some gold to do. We're also going to do a crack-a-pack later on, jumping over here. We're going to do a crack-a-pack not of Magic cards, however. One of these cards over here, one of these types of cards over here somewhere. We'll see about that in a little bit. But that'll be the difference, no cam this time around. Before we get started on the gameplay, I got a lot of gold to dig. And then the main event, which will be draft, because the brand new set is out. We're going to give a shout out to some recent subscribers. Raven Co. is a recent subscriber to the channel. Thanks for subscribing. Really appreciate it. We've grown. We've reached the over 1,800 threshold now. That means, well, we're getting close to the 2,000 subscriber threshold. Coming soon, so hopefully we'll go over the top at that point. At some point, I think we're at 1,822 or so. And speaking of which, another person that also helped get us there is Infinite Mana. You can't see their name there, but it's Infinite Mana. Shout out to them as well. They also were a recent subscriber. All right, so let's dig some gold. And I appreciate everyone that has subscribed. That is not public. It is still appreciated. Those are the public subs. All right, so we got gold digging. Cast 20 blue or black, cast 20 blue or red, cast 20 white or red. So all of these, I like the blue, the black, the blue, and then the white. So all of these are good ones that I like to play. I'm going to keep the double blue there, and I'm going to re-roll this white one to see if we get more gold. Yeah, we got more gold, but now it's red or white. Okay, that's not so bad, actually. So we have either white deck or the rest. So I guess I'll just play my mono blue deck over here just to power through these daily rewards. I got the Jace deck, and I've been testing out that Mishra deck, that black and red deck. It's a version 2 where I focused it a little bit more on discarding some really big artifact creatures, and then bringing them back with Mishra's ability, Unearth. But we'll see about playing that a little bit. So we got Rata Dabrik of Urborg, and they go first. That's 4 mana on that with some ward. Okay, that's annoying. So what can we do here? Oh, we got a little bit of bounce that we will do as we set up our own Jace. What else does this do again? Vigilance ward. Other zombies have vigilance. Whenever another legendary creature you control dies, create a token that's a copy, except it's not legendary. Let's give him the good job for one of those, for the good job on that Mox Amber turn 1. Ooh, and then they also have another legendary thing there. Well, I could bounce back something in Scry. Pass with 2 open blue mana. Is that the scariest thing of all time? And they are passing with nothing. Okay, no problem. They missed a land drop. Here, you can recast that. I get to scry into more mana. Do I need more mana? Nah. I'm just gonna try and play Jace, because they would need 3 mana to kill a Planeswalker, right? I don't think you can kill a Planeswalker with 2 mana. I hope not. I don't doubt that there's... Oh, and then they pass the turn again. Okay, well, the opponent is really struggling over here for mana, unfortunately. I myself, however, will just keep playing. Got a Winds of Rebuke And, yep, there they go. There's a quit. No mana. You can't play Magic with no mana. Sorry about that, opponent. Flying Ace 94. Playing Magic with no mana is no good. Oh. Let's try to get another opponent. See if we get a more well-rounded opponent. An opponent that can actually do things. And not just spin their wheels. Ooh, we got one of the Urzas. Why am I saying it that way? We got one of the Urzas. I know why, because I saw Urza, Prince of Krug, and that confused me for a moment. Okay, so we get to go first. We got a Reliquary Tower, Ominous Seas, turn 2, love it. Unpleasant, whatever. As long as I get them, as long as the mana keeps flowing, we'll be okay. What does this Urza do? Artifact creatures you control get +2, pay 6, create a token that's a copy of target artifact, except it's a soldier creature in addition to its other types. Alright, there better be some good gameplay there. Missed the land drop. We gotta draw a land drop here. Oh, how about 2 land drops for you, sir? What a waste of a card. But at least that helps me with those seas. 4th mana. What can I do with the 4th? Well, with the 4th mana, I can bring out Jace, but if I pass and they've got blue mana open, that will be no fun. All right, we're going with the Silex, which won't do anything until they charge it up. Each player does whatever. Well, maybe I can just keep bouncing it back and forth and annoying them with it. Each player chooses 6 lands. Destroy the others, activate as a sorcery. That's too early for them to do that, right?
We'll make this look easy.
Activate only as a sorcery. They could do it now, but they have but none of us have any mana rocks, and I've got too much advantage on the field. Okay, they're gonna put that Urza out. Fine. Single blue. Fine. So, I have made a mistake. Oh no, I still have a double blue. Okay, so if they recast either of their Urzas, nope, they're going to do an owl, which is fine. That should be enough to power that mobile unit. Scrappy Tea is a pretty good one. Right here, they're going to crew and tap, but to that I say nay. How about we steal that How about we steal that bird? Yeah, let's do that. So now you can't play and crew, and I'm up to Jace power level 6. Got that Urza. They have 2 mana open. Circuit Mender. Alright. Well, let's do some fun stuff here.
Told you I could figure it out. There is always an answer.
But we do an attack. Double draws. I'm in Kraken territory. Kraken territory. All right. So, I can hold off on instants. You need 7 mana to flip that. And they are thinking, okay, we got a dragon with haste. That's annoying. Put something at the bottom, which is optional. Let's see if they don't realize that I've got a Kraken, and then they'll attack. Hopefully they'll attack me with their Urza. Alright, they're attacking with Urza. Beautiful. Alright, well, first of all, let's do one of these. Then we'll do one of these. Yeah, an instant Kraken is a rage quittable offense. I would definitely say that, and that deserves a... So we have all the swagger of Urza, Lord Protector, coming to take down Jace, the upstart planeswalker. But what happens? Instant Kraken jumps out of the seas to defend Jace, cunning castaway. And the opponent, Clambodo, Clamabadubu, pieces out. Because a 2-4 versus an 8-8 isn't going to turn out how you think. Okay, moving on. All right, next opponent. We got a Goshen Tie of Life's Origin. People love that. Love that shrine so much. I haven't really seen it be played consistently. I see it as a mishmash of things. It is often a shrines deck, and it can get annoying pretty fast. The white shrine is really annoying. It just makes shrines upon shrines upon shrines. And then if you've got the blue shrine, you draw a lot of cards and you get out of hand. So sometimes I have trouble with that. Deck. But anyway, we're setting this up here again. Caryatid. They're gonna have enough mana now for that shrine if they play their 4th mana. No problem. Fine. I guess you saw the ruse. Put a random card from among the top 7 into your hand. Ugh. Love these alchemy cards, don't you? Okay, so I guess I'll just keep setting myself up a little bit here. Maybe scare them again with something in hand. I'm going to shuffle or twiddle my cards in hand to make them think. Oops, got a Smothering Tithe. Okay, let me cast this before that gets out of hand. And yes, I will pay the 2. I will definitely pay the 2. And I'll also do a I do not care. So we'll keep playing our lands and stuff, and guess we'll get Jace out of here.
Don't worry. This is all just because it isn't real.
So that Graven lore is really gonna hurt. Alright, well, We'll do another one of these, don't care. I hardly see people play that removal like before.
I'm always a step ahead. Oh, look at that. It's so sad to watch you fight.
Alright, so I do have 6 mana in Bolus's Clutches, so play your Shrine.
Fortunately, I won't have to remember this.
And they haven't been playing any... Okay, that's bad. So I guess you can play it again. They've been missing some land drops, I guess. If they play their commander finally, okay, they're gonna destroy that. Fine. Okay, I'll steal that. Let you replay that tithe. And then I can start to create shrines as well. Destroy all creature cards. What is that alchemy madness? Destroy all creatures. Creature cards in your hand perpetually. Okay. Alchemy. At least this opponent is playing a very different shrine deck that I'm used to, because they're always playing the same shrine gibberish. Two mana. Hey there, Mark, how are you doing? There's a no cam stream this week. Still recovering. So it's no cam this week. Ooh, how about a time warp? Give me that time warp. And what else do we want here? A couple of lands. Yeah, let's grab some lands. Let's grab a time warp.
It's a matter of give and take.
So I'm playing. I'm gonna do draft and such later on, but for the moment I'm doing gold digging. Then we'll draft the brand new latest set. Exile target creature with the greatest power among creatures target opponent controls. I should probably save it for later, but actually I should have made a duplicate of a creature
How
there.
you play the hand you're dealt.
Alright, so Fall of the Impostinator. So how's everything with you? How's the family? Chromatic Lantern and getting too much lands. Okay. Hopefully we can draw into other stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe that bird can join my side. Ooh, how about an extra turn? Yeah, let's just do it now. No need to...
Deception is key.
No need to do it later, although if I do it later, it would... If I do it later, it would give me blockers, but I still wouldn't work later. We'll just do it now. And one of those. So if I attack, let's read that again. Exile a creature with the greatest power among creatures target opponent controls. So if I have those two creatures, then it's their turn, and I will lose a creature. Then they'll attack in the air. Exile a creature with the greatest power. That's interesting. It's not a targeted effect. Plus, it's also the nerfed version. I don't remember how the original one is different. But I guess they get to pick one of mine. Tithe. Little bit of mill. They can replay it for 4? No, they can play a Tyrite Sword. There we go, treasure. And then I'm kind of missing land drops. Or I'm missing good cards, actually. Let's draw a card, pay from the Tithe. That's not that great either. I can play that Glimpse. Pay the Tithe again. Ooh, there's an Omniscience, but I really don't have anything to... I don't really have anything to cast for free. Now they've got all the treasures they need to summon their commander. They were at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Joyra's Familiar, sure. They can recast the Familiar if they want. Use up those little treasures. Nope, they go with the Goshen Tie. Okay, that's fine. Clock. Well, okay, I guess Omniscience. And,
Can you really trust your eyes?
okay, we better start drawing good stuff now because they've got their big card. I'm out of cards. I have Omniscience out. We've been pussyfooting around enough where I've been bouncing their stuff. I've got 1,000,000 mana. Search your library for a whatever. They have their Goshen Tie out, which now lets them return enchantments from the graveyard, which they can just replay all those sagas, so that'll be annoying. Reality Chip, okay, that does good stuff. So how are we gonna get out of this? Are they going to play... Yeah, they're gonna go grab a... Uh-oh, so that's one of the discards, but I don't have anything in hand. But that'll just keep making them spirits. Wanna draw cards.
This will come in handy.
Alright, so I'm gonna give them very soon a whole bunch of mana. I get to discard all my 0 cards. You know what, actually, there'll be some sort of weird shenanigans here. Hopefully it doesn't work. Hopefully it doesn't happen weirdly. But Yeah, I need to get here a River's Rebuke. Because they've got way too much advantage now. See, they got 6 of those. All right, let's see if this saves us here. We'll pay for as many of these as we can.
Decisions, decisions, decisions.
I can only pay 0 for that, so I guess I can... I guess we could try this for a moment, so stick around like that. Alright, so I have their commander permanently. Hey there, Gabe, how are you doing? We're doing a no-cam... we're doing a no-cam stream today because... I'm still recovering over my last illness, so no cam. All right, next up, what is this opponent doing? I guess I'll steal the Goshentai of Shared Purpose. At least these things aren't flying, so that's good. Although they do have 6 attackers, so they'll probably send all of them over to my Jace. We've got plenty of mana. They'll mostly use it all up. Alright, that Death Touch actually is pretty good. So I guess that's what I'll steal. in their zeal to okay, they're gonna spend their mana to target Nezahal, but I'll just bounce it. Alright, how about a free Kraken? And I guess I will have to pay for... Take that. Play Jace. Just to give a target.
We'll find you, Nebraska. Let's try this.
Attack with 7. I get to discard both my lands. So basically, I'm going to be discarding my whole hand every time it's their turn. Ah, man. Well, I'm out of cards for Nezahal. Was that a top deck that they got at that moment, or what? Think job. They really don't want my Planeswalker to live.
A solution. I've got them all figured out. Let's think this through. Let's try this.
Are the tables turning over here? I'm getting all of my sea creatures attacking the opponent now. And I'm building my own army. After I click yes on this, I guess there's no way for me to click no, where I actually don't want to target what I don't want to, so I have to target my own creature. Fine. Yeah, so this is pretty weird setup that I've got at the moment. I have Omniscience, so I can play anything I want, but I don't have anything to play. And the opponent is putting counters on their stuff now. But if they attack all out... Let's see, is the opponent going to waste their time and attack all out? Okay, fine, they put enough counters so that their creatures are not zeros anymore. They're still going to attack my Planeswalker. Okay, fine. Do we want to good game them? Because They went for my Planeswalker,
Here's a
and
lesson.
now that it's my turn, then I attack with everything and defenses are down, so I have no idea what the opponent is thinking. This is one of the weirdest games, and it was finally a victory. So how about a... So I have no idea. This was... Yes, exactly. It was one of the... Like, I don't... One of the weirdest matches I've ever had. First of all, I was surprised. Props to the opponent. They were playing this card that everyone plays, but they were playing it very differently. I wasn't seeing most of the cards that most of the people were playing. Yes, they had all the shrines, of course, because it's a shrine deck. So that can get very annoying and very powerful very quickly. They didn't get their shrine deck to really go off, so that was good. They didn't get the blue shrine. The blue shrine was the one that gives them cards. They didn't get the blue shrine. That's great. And what's really annoying about Goshen Tai is that you can bring back to life every shrine or every enchantment out of the graveyard. So there weren't a lot of great enchantments to bring back over and over from the graveyard. So that was good. There were a couple of sagas, but they weren't that great. So the deck wasn't playing too normally there. They were playing a lot of removal, a lot of interaction. That deck usually doesn't. It just does its own thing. So, okay, they killed my Planeswalker, Soul Shatter. Then they did a Maelstrom Pulse to kill it again. Then they did a Crushing Canopy to destroy my Kraken Generator. The Ominous Seas, that was annoying. And they played this Begin Anew, destroy all creatures, including theirs. Creatures cards in your hand get perpetually +1. So, yeah, I don't know what exactly they were trying to play. I guess they were trying to play the deck in a different way than I usually see. Maybe they got bad draws, I don't know what. And then, of course, that Smothering Tithe is always an amazing card. I was able to stave it off pretty well. I ended up getting 16 mana. 16 mana, 2 mana rocks plus Omniscience. And then just eventually, then they got incredibly narrow-minded to just kill my commander. After all, the person you're trying to defeat is Jace. I mean, the person you're trying to defeat is me, not Jace. And eventually they just kept sending all of their creatures to Jace. Like, okay, fine. And then they're tapped out, no defenses. Fine, let me attack you with my 6/7 and my 8/8 and my 7/7 and my tentacles and spirits and stuff. And GG opponent, -18. And they were at like +40 at one point. So I don't know what the opponent was trying to do, but okay. Good match. Not the usual match that often happens. The seafood buffet did it again, and that gets me the gold. Double dipping the gold right there. Do a little bit more gold digging. I may or may not get a drink on the first break. I don't know. Does a nice little drink help to alleviate the flu? I think I'm like probably 90% okay, 80%, I don't know. I hate not feeling 100%. I think I usually am 100%, 99%. And if you all remember at the end of last week's stream, at the very end, I was starting to say, oh, my voice streaming 4 hours is getting to me. I guess it wasn't really the streaming. I guess the first semblances of the flu were hitting me at the end of last week. And so, yeah, it's been a whole week. Not a fun week. Talk about that later. But that's where I'm at, and that's why I'm not doing doing a no cam stream this time around. All right, I'm switching over to the white deck. To a white deck, I'm going mono white vampires. The other reward is play some white cards, so I'll play this vampire deck. Mavrin, who makes a vampire. Oh, great, and I'm teamed up with a mono red deck, so this will be not fun. They're going to probably torch all my stuff. So we'll try. They're playing Delina. Delina, Wild Mage, 4 mana, 3/2. Elf Shaman. When Delina attacks, choose a target creature you control, then roll a die. Hold on here, let me bring out Paladin of Atonement. So, choose your creature. Oh yeah, this is the one that copies. Delina is the one that copies things. So, that was a misplay. I forgot that that Marvin is only 3 mana. Get some lemon drink packs or make it yourself. Helps with a sore throat. Well, I don't have sore throat anymore. That was during this week of illness. But thank you for that. Yes, definitely lemon. Actually, there's different kinds, I'm sure, and the one that I was imbibing in was this drink powder that was electrolytes, hydrating, and all of that. And so just spending the whole week, and at the very least, it was the Thanksgiving vacation, so I didn't have to teach classes. So on the one hand, I was on vacation while I was sick, but on the other hand, I was sick while I was on vacation. So, okay, here we go. Let's get this vampire party started. Mavern is on the field, going to attack, going to venture into the dungeon. Got the Indestructible Vanguard out. Got removal spell coming up soon. Perfect. They haven't really done anything too meaningful on their side yet. They could do, of course, a red board wipe. No problem. Vanguard can live through that, probably. Ill-tempered loner. Werewolf. Okay. Got some werewolf stuff going on. Now, what is the recipe? What is the Anthony family recipe of homemade drink, of lemon drink packs, or lemon drink, or also known as lemonade, I suppose? You're going to take 10 years again to decide to use your red magic, red mage. Oh, okay, well, they were using a Doomblade. Isn't that amazing? A mono-red player using Doomblade. Well, how can they do that? With, of course, another Broken Alchemy card. Key to the Archive. Makes mana of any color. So then you can cheat any color. Anyway, they didn't take the bait, and hopefully they'll summon Delina next. Then I'll be able to Doomscar everything and have my own Vanguard survive. Now, am I able to play this properly? 3, 4, 5... No, that'd be 8 mana. I don't have enough. And then a Fiery Emancipation. Okay, that'll be annoying. I think I have to exile that thing. 5 lemon. Lemon squeezed into a small pot. 1 cup of water. Ooh, that's even better. I got a disenchant. Good old disenchant. Wrecking the opponent since 1993. Let me read your recipe in one moment. But that was quite devastating. 6 mana for a 6 mana for invested into their into their Emancipation and then destroyed with a 2-mana Disenchant. Five lemons squeezed into a pot, 1 cup of water, put about 3 tablespoons of sugar, add more until you like the taste, stir until dissolved, then drink. Yeah, so good old lemon juice. Lemonade, I mean. And I like citrus in citrus beverages and such, definitely. So what does this thing do when it goes to the levels? If you would roll die, instead roll that many and pick what you want whenever you roll whatever. Okay, that's going to be annoying. Got to get rid of that class, and it is an uncommon. They have 2 mystery cards in hand. They have the Tyrite Sanctum. Target legendary becomes a god. Put a counter. Okay, there we go. We got Delina out. They have a bunch of mana out. Here's... hopefully they cast something good here, and then we will see surprised Pikachu face when it is my turn and I wrath the board, and yet my Adanto lives. Now they do have 6 whole mana, so they can probably summon, and they're probably going to summon Etali, and then give it the haste with the haste with Delina. Okay, now they're going to do the plus on that, so it's not indestructible yet. Delina's not indestructible yet. They're going to use up all their mana. Pausing for priority on double red. So we will do this. Activate the power. Wipe the board. Surprised Pikachu face ensues. I will then also equip the Delvers. And then I get 2 little 1/1 skeletons, but with my intangible virtue they are bigger, and this is lethal now. This is lethal, so to really insult them again, I could... Okay. There's so many ways that I've won already. I've won the game here. And now they realize it. Because what they see on their side... See, they don't know what I have in hand, but what they see is a 2/2 that's about to become a 4/2, indestructible, and 2 2/2s. Just by the math, I have 3 attackers. They have 1 blocker. Even if they trade in a way not to lose their blocker, I still have 2 attackers. And they don't know that on my side I had 2 wraths. So the best way to defeat them, the most insult to injury, would have to once again damaged myself for 4 to indestructibilize the Vanguard. Wrath, good old Wrath of God, winning the game since 1993. Wipe the board, they have no defense, then I attack with a 4/2. Now they would have had 1 life, but then they would have lost the will to live and quit anyway. So it wasn't a complete win if I wrathed everything, but they didn't want to stick around to find out what might happen. Yeah, that card's still effective. They've been trying to upgrade it in various ways. Like the new generation is Doomscar. It can cost 3 mana instead of 4. But they it's interesting how they've made so many cards in the past that the designers just made perfect under the game, and then just making a better one years later would be a lot harder. This is the deck where every land is different. I wonder if the opponent notices. Alright, so we're playing mono white versus mono white. Gonna have to let Adeline attack. Attack alone if you know how to do it. Okay, yes you do. Alright, I finally have my pieces on board, but they've got their pieces as well. Helm of the Host, that's bad. There's just good card after good card. Day of Judgment, destroy all creatures. Fine. But I get to bring back mine. Okay, they're gonna get the... Are they gonna do the... Yeah, they're gonna do the OWL free cast. What are they gonna cast? If you designed your deck well, it's gonna be good. They got a couple of free two-color cards, no problem. Ambitious Farmhand searches for a land, and then the Ocean draws a card. Okay, not so bad. Terrarium draws another card. Fine, they have Owl back online again. Yeah, I'm too disadvantaged in this game. Alright, so how are we going to get out of this? I can't use Expel because Owl doesn't tap. And they'll probably do... They've got 3 cards in hand. They're going to be hitting me a few times in the air. I'm not even going to be able to attack with Mavren and survive against Owl. So... I better pull some good stuff. On some of these loading screens, I've seen them have the Phyrexian text. Alright, this will be mean. Turn 1, Curse of Silence. Turn 2, Sword, I guess. Virtue, because then I'll start to make creatures. They'll probably play a turn 2, Mana Dork, Mana Rock. Passing with a red mana up. If this is Lightning Bolt, I'm done. Cheap player is cheap. So every time I go to a new game on this latest version of Arena, it remembers your last game modes, and I wish there were a way to clear that, because it's still showing some games or game modes that I haven't played in a little while, and so I'm thinking that's weird. I'm playing an Is It player on mono white. That's not fun. Some of these matches are just... you just know how they're going to go, and so why waste time? If you're dealing with an Is It player... Oops, what am I doing here? Muscle memory kicked in and I completely exited the game. Let me restart it. It's basically the same action to concede a match. It's the same sort of movement of the mouse and such to concede a game as it is to end the whole game. Yeah, you can see it's you go over to the gear and then you click on the last item there. And then when you're playing, it's the same. You go over to the gear, and then you click the concede, the last item there. So anyway, this is what I was saying here. These are the last games that I played. I played a bot match, which, like, why would it ever want you to go back to that again? And, okay, I was playing Historic. Best of 1, unranked, and Historic ranked. And these are here forever until you choose game modes or something. And, there's like no way about, okay, cool, I don't want to see that forever. Is there no way to close this? Nope, there's no way to clear it. You know, you can go like that and bring it back, but there's just no way it'll always be there. Yep, remember, I don't know, 6 months ago when we played this infinite tokens deck that we talked about, that on Puzzle Quest you make infinite birds, but it doesn't work on Arena for some reason. So those are still there, like, yeah, do you want to play those again that you played a long time ago? So, gonna switch decks. Oh, I worked on a version 2 of that deck that we built last week, the Mishra Rakdos deck. I kind of thought a little bit more about, well, what does that card want to do? It has the Unearth ability. It wants to bring back stuff from the graveyard. So I thought, let me see about putting more ways to put big, scary, big, scary, artifact creatures into the graveyard, and then bring them back with Mishra. And played that played that deck a little bit, and seems interesting. Well, there we go, borrowed time. That'll help versus a planeswalker, but I guess
me and my pack?
I should actually
attack when they're most vulnerable.
Yeah, I should keep that until Joda next turn. Now, what do we want to do here? I could pay the 4 mana. Yeah, let's bring that courier to get a... Well... Does Unearth and Buried work together? Unearth is the ability, and Buried is maybe something different? What are we talking about? Like, you know, destroy a creature, bury a creature. Is that what we're talking about? Because Unearth is sort of flashback, but for permanence. Alright, so hold on for a moment. Let me do this. I am going to... How much mana do I have here? 4, 5, 6 in total. 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't have enough mana for both of those, so let's do... They missed the land drop, so in the meantime, I'll go on with my stuff. Alright, how big? Arlen is getting to be 6 already. Okay, there we go. They got all their colors for Joda. Yeah, no worries. There's just so many cards to keep track of. Oh, they're missing their white mana, so they can't get Joda out. Yep, you live by every color, you die by every color.
On my signal, the hunt begins.
Alright, I have a lot of advantage on my side. They're passing. Okay. Passing with blue mana open. Passing with priority. Looking at my commander. Don't look at it too hard. I'm going to try to play... this Paradox Engine. If that's a counterspell, I can live with that. Guess Ertai has a counter. They did counter that, that's fine. Oops, I misplayed that. I should have played the Foundry Inspector first. Little Ornithopter. Well, it wouldn't be a 0-2 anymore with my Immortal Sun out. They still haven't gotten their white mana. So let me introduce you to the Immortal Sun. Opponent, your Planeswalker is out of commission. Zagras, that's got some haste up in the air. Didn't attack. Okay, that's fine. So what can we do here? Let's get a 4 mana. Let's get our pair. Let's get the... Let's get the Panharmonicon to double triggers, and then we'll have a meteorite hit from the air onto that threat. And we'll play a Forge. Play from the top. Draw a couple of cards. Attack the opponent. Had a game with Alicia last night. She played Bonds of Mortality, so you attacked. She played Darkness, then switched lives on turn and killed you. When she switched, she was at 1 and you were at 25. That's how you do it. All those bonds show our mortality. Alright, you got a Joda. You finally got a Joda on the battlefield. So the opponent finally got a Joda. And then they promptly rage quit. Yeah. You try to play with one of the best cards ever, and if you get your whole field destroyed, then yeah, rage quitting is the proper response. You play it, you need to play with every color of mana and have every broken card, and you get your glass cannon cracked, then yep, that is the appropriate response. I had such an engine going on here. I got double draws from the Immortal Sun, which shut down their Planeswalker. I was double triggers off of Panharmonicon. I did 4 damage off of that meteorite. I can see the future of my deck. I can draw an extra card, drawing 3 cards per turn. I can control the day and the night and draw cards. I can make mana when I destroy my stuff. I can make energy when I destroy my stuff to eventually play free stuff. I was making a bunch of free power stones. And yeah, the sky, the world was in my fingertips. And so Nadie realized it, and then they... What? You or just me did those flock of seagulls suddenly screech to a vicious halt, or did it just happen on my end? But that video crashed and it sounded like all the seagulls were screeching at the same time. Anyway, let's go on to the next game. Oh, that time I played okay. It died. It just died at. On my end, it stuttered and sounded screechy and weird for a moment, so I shut it off before it ended. So, but this last time I played it, it seemed to have sounded fine. All right, so we're playing a Dimir opponent. They have a flash creature, so we will act completely surprised when they flash cast it on turn 4. They don't have any good turn 3 play. I guess a turn 4, Solemn. Did they miss? Nope, they got their land drop, but still no plays. That's weird. Yeah, I guess let's put this Marvel. Oops, there's the counterspell. First counterspell of the game. They're gonna pass with. They're gonna pass of. Oh no, they're not. They're not gonna flat. That's your funeral, because. Okay, destroy my creature. I draw a card. Although I missed a land drop. I don't think they're going to have anything good in the graveyard, but we'll put out this Tormod's Crypt to send a message. Can I speed them up? Maybe, actually. Uh-oh, we got the Exquisite Blood on the field. Does that mean they're going to do the Exquisite Blood combo next turn? Missed another land drop. Gonna do another air tie, and then they're just gonna put me back on bad footing, so GG. Missed too many land drops to come back. Plus I didn't have any removal, or I might have had a board wipe, but too far behind. Okay, I wanted to look up for a moment. I gotta remember that it's not just only the gameplay. We also want to do stuff on the side. But what was that card again? Oh yeah, here we go. It was the Bonds of Mortality. It sounds familiar, so I'll put it up here. Bonds of Mort. Hey there, Stevie. How are you doing? Welcome. Just doing the usual. Okay, I think we're going to have another annoying opponent. I don't know if we'll stick around long, but we'll give it a bit. So, turn 1 Esper Sentinel, no thanks. My deck relies completely on non-creatures, so turn 1 Esper that they also mulliganed, no thanks. That's a little too CEDH for me. So yeah, I'm looking at Bonds of Mortality. So I'm doing a no-cam stream this time around. FYI, still recovering from my flu, so just didn't want to do a cam stream this time. Might be the only one that I've ever done. Ever, maybe. Almost. Or if I've done a no-cam stream, it's just been very rare. Oh, there we go. We got Muldrotha. That's a strong opponent. And they go first, so hopefully they don't get too strong too fast. That was a slow player, and at least they didn't play a turn 1 Llanowar Elf. They didn't play a turn 2 Mana Dork either, so that's interesting. As for me, Callous Blood Mage, pretty good one. play things slightly differently here with a Scrappy Tea. And then the opponent missed the land drop, I guess. So, I guess... just a little bit more than I get my gold for the day, then we'll switch over to Crack-A-Pack. We're going to do another Crack-A-Pack like we did last week with weird, fun cards. So everyone get ready for that in about 10 minutes or so. If you need to run to the bathroom so you don't miss a thing, you should do that now. And we'll have some more of these fun, weird cards from the forgotten times of the 90s right after this match. This match should be enough that gets me over the edge for today's gold. And then we'll do the Crack-A-Pack, then we'll do a draft. A brand new set came out, and therefore we'll play a draft to see some of the new cards. Alright, we got Kenrith, that's a good one. I go first. I have acceleration here, so, and I got removal, so I got all the stuff I need to make the opponent rage quit. Let's see if they play offensively or defensively. Okay, they're playing it pretty safe. Not safe. I mean, they're playing the plan that they're just trying to get all the mana out for Kenrith, but that means that I can do my own thing, and then I'll just get, and I have removal in hand already, plus the Meteor Golem, so just do my thing. They have 4 mana. Are they going to shatter my obelisk? I guess, if you want to spend your mana on that. Nope, Burnished Heart. That's fine. Okay, so they're going to have all the mana that they need for that. There's that statue. The statue. So next turn I can play the God Pharaoh's statue and really wreck their plans. Hopefully they spend all their mana here on that heart. They're going to attack first with it? Nope, they're going to instantly do their thing. Okay, fine. It's your funeral. Yep, cracked your heart. Two tapped lands. Hopefully they don't have one final blue mana to counter that. Nope. And now that is pretty big. Tax. 5 damage with the Inspector and Oswald. Plus extra damage. Like a lantern. Which one? The one here on the top right over here, the Mind Stone. It's not as good as the Chromatic Lantern because it gives you every color. This one only gives you one. Ah, man. They're exiling my exile. What about this? What if I exile their exile? That's what I meant. Because they... Okay, what am I trying to do here? Troxy. pretty good. I guess now we're at the danger zone where everything is just going to be good right out of their hand. What they'll probably do is they'll summon Kenrith. They'll be able to destroy my they'll be able to destroy my Banishing Light, maybe even gain some life. They'll summon Kenrith, destroy that Banishing Light, get Kenrith back, weaken my stuff. So this could be tricky. I could still lose the game. That would probably be their best. That'll be their best bet. Kenrith, destroy my Banishing Light, bring back Troxel, weaken my squad. Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. If I have 13 mana, which I don't. Passing on my turn. Well, let's destroy their blocker. They'll gain 5 life, I suppose. And then they're done. There we go. So what was the point of that? Whenever a creature deals combat damage to one of your opponents, its controller may pay whatever life. If they do, draw a card. Yeah, that card is worthless in a 1v1. If it's multiplayer, it does good stuff, but on 1v1, it doesn't do anything. They should have at the least done the gain 5 life. But still, I was attacking with a 7/7, a 3/3, a 3/2, and a 2/2. So, GG opponent. Well, I'm gonna call it here in terms of I got the rewards. We're gonna move on to draft in a moment. I just need to cast one more red or white spell. I'm not gonna play a whole game to do that. We can do that during the draft. We'll do the draft in a moment. But before that, we'll do the Crack-a-Pack. Jumping over to the card cam over here. And let's do a Crack-a-Pack. So is everyone up for that? Yeah, glad you were able to stop by. So, if you want me to do a Crack-a-Pack, scream real loud. If you instead want me to open one of these packs, scream real loud. So I've got these 3 to open, the same ones from last time. Last time we opened that one fantasy, which it was called Lost Worlds or something. This, I'm sure, is like 99% the same thing. The Alien Worlds of Wayne Barlow. It's again one of these sorts of like one of these artists that might not be extremely well known, but you know their art. So that's another pack of that. It's not the same one. Last one was Lost Worlds. This one is Alien Worlds. And then we've got over here we've got a Wildcats. I think this is Generation 1 or Generation 2, I don't know. Wildcats, and then over here, this is kind of like the one I'm not really sure if we should even bother with this one. Maybe we'll save it for the third one eventually. But this is the Alicia Scream Twice. Okay, there we go. So we're going to definitely crack it. This is what is this one again? 10 hot photo cards, pro set superstars, music cards. And with facts about your favorite rock, pop, and rap stars. Win a rock and roll trip to London, plus other great prizes. So these are the options. So we've all screamed to open. Which should we open for the moment? The music cards the fantasy alien worlds cards or the comic book superhero Wildcats cards? Tell me there. Scream that one real loud too. Scream music, scream aliens, or scream Wildcats. Everyone join in. And I'll open the one that y'all want me to. As we're seeing here, normally, because I'm opening Magic, I did want to still open a pack for fun, but since I don't have any Magic cards, I didn't get a chance to get out and get some of the new set. We'll open one of these. We got one vote for Wildcats so far, one vote for Aliens. There we go. Are we going to have a tiebreaker? Gabe, are you still awake? What does Karen say as well? And Keeb didn't stop by this time around, perhaps, or Teeks. I haven't checked who's in the chat and such, but who's been talking. And some of our other buddies that show up, maybe they've been lurking. Haven't really looked at the chat log to who's there, but we got two so far. There we go, Gabe. We got Gabe on the tiebreaker with, and then Alicia screaming aliens. Well, we got two for aliens, two for Wildcats. So I thought we had a tiebreaker, but then, all right, Gabe, give us a tiebreaker, or Stevie, ask someone around you to help break it. She doesn't know what you're talking about, but she's in the other room. Yeah, just ask her. Ask her, which one should we open? Just ask her literally that. Music, aliens, or Wildcats. Just see what she says on that. And we'll get our tiebreaker right there. Because we've got two for the aliens. We've got two for the Wildcats. 0 for the music. And yeah, whatever one we don't open now, we'll open next time. But that's what we're trying to do at the moment to decide this week. The tie-breaking vote will come in any moment now. It's tied 50-50 in the Senate, and we need the vice president to break the tie. See, tying it to real life. That's what happens in real life. When the Senate is divided 50-50, there's a tiebreaker. And who's the tiebreaker? The vice president. So for our international viewers, there was an election at the beginning of this month, and and that's exactly what has happened. As of the moment, the Senate is divided 50 votes Democratic voters, 50 votes Republican voters, and therefore to pass that impasse, the vice president casts the deciding vote. Although there is still an undecided vote at the moment. And we have Alicia. There we go. She jumped in as well. But we already counted your vote. And we got the 2 votes for aliens. And then we got 2 votes for Wildcats. 0 votes. We'll just put this one out. It's out of the running. So these are the ones that are battling at the moment. And we're going to get a tie. We're getting for a tiebreaker. We're asking for one more tiebreaker from the audience. And then we will see what vintage 90s cards unopened from way back from the day. Way back from in the day, they're still unopened. Still unopened. Their treasures. You're gonna switch your vote to alien as well. All right, you're gonna switch the vote, I guess. We can do that, sure. So we got another vote switched over to alien. So let's do that. All right, great. So we got this Alien Worlds of Wayne Barlow collector cards. 10 cards per pack. See back for details on special cards. This is straight from the 90s, and it's going to come with some sort of hologram cards or something. Wayne Barlow's extraterrestrials and science fiction spacescapes are out of this world, and so are these blockbuster bonuses. Unique autographed card, limited edition medallion card, 6 special prism cards, Space Travelers 3D card subset. Collect them all. So this is from 1994. $1994. What was the world like in 1994? All right, so we have the first card. What am I looking at? Aliens, that's what. So interesting. It's, yeah, like some lizard dragon thing. Actually, hold on. I've got this cable that kind of bugs me. Where do I put it? Okay, that's better. So you miss the holographic cards of those days. Yeah, they still make cards and stuff, but not the same as before, definitely. Okay, so we have some weird lizard mushroom fungus sort of thing. And that's our first card. So I'm just going to show the fronts first, and then we'll look at the backs. So here we have this cool-looking guy, this cool-looking alien over here with a does not mess around attitude, couple double swords, tail. Now, I don't know if they meant it to look like he's leaning on the tail, nonchalant, or not, but that's what it makes it look like. I don't know why they didn't add a little bit of shadow. But then we've got a very shiny black outfit. Let's get a close-up of that face. Karen didn't know what you were talking about, but I did get her to scream at me from the other room in honor of Crack the Pack. Okay, excellent. So here's the cards. These are the cards that... So if you didn't see it, so we got this octopus, mushroom, dragon, lizard sort of thing. Then this one over here, this... Now these are all kind of stuck together. The ink has fused for 30 years, but I think we can get it together. What? No, I got the same one at once. I want my money back. If I was a little kid and I saved up all my money on my paper route to buy one of these packs, and then I was opening them up and I got 2 of one, I would have cried. And over here, well, this one's interesting, but I don't know why it's so off-center. Why is there so much empty space? Yeah, it must be a common, right? But even in a magic pack, they're not going to put 2 of the same one. This is so weird. That's funny to think about it. Yeah, let's make magic stats for these. This one's got flying, obviously, right? And this one's got death touch. But why is this one so off-center? So if this is the art here... Now, even the most talented artist, and this is obviously a very talented artist, even like Leonardo da Vinci, I think the straight-on hand pose is extremely awkward. Yes, that is exactly perfect drawing of a hand pointing at you, the gun in the hand, yes, but it just never works. Have any of you, off the top of your head, ever seen any art that looks good with it perfectly aimed at you? If you think of, oh, the one I'm thinking of is Han Solo from the Star Wars movie. No, that's not pointing right at you at all. If you look at it, he's off-center. So whenever people try to draw the perfect pointing at you, perfect gun pointing at you, or hand pointing at you, it never works. It just looks weird and awkward. Look at that. It just... I know in real life when I see a person aiming their hand right at you, I know it's a hand. But when I see a painted piece of art of something pointing right at me, it looks just like a deformed hand. Because if you have to draw it in perfect perspective, it's just not going to be realistic. If you draw it a little bit wrong, a little bit exaggerated, that'll be even more realistic. But since this is slavishly realistic, that's what you get. Anyway, apparently we also have this like vicious otter or muskrat or platypus or something with a weapon. And then the Borg cube at the back. I don't know what's going on in this art. I don't know why it's so off-center. It is expertly drawn, but I am very confused. And we'll look at it when all will be revealed when we look at the back in a moment. We're looking at the fronts first. Badger, yeah, it's a badger. It's not a gun. Well, if it's a gun, it's got spikes. See, why does that badger need a spike weapon if the badger already has... Oh, no, wait a minute. Yeah, those are the claws of the little creature, and it's holding something which I guess is a gun that is also perfectly pointed at you, but I can't really tell what it's holding. I don't know what it's holding. It's holding a lighter. It's going to help you light up. Ooh, that's some cool art there. Am I looking at it properly? Probably. There's the ground. So it's some huge creature. It seems like it's a spike weapon, but no, those are just the claws of the creature. I thought they were too, like some sort of spiked weapon from the movie Krull or something. So this is cool. This is some sort of weird dinosaur skeletal creature thing with these markings. Shame that the cards are sticking because it's damaging it a little bit there. And very fantastical. I like those pink skies, black clouds. Obviously, us humans, science shows that we love to see faces in everything, even when there aren't. For example, like a light bulb. How many of you ever see faces where there really aren't? And so here I'm trying to find where's the face of this. And maybe I see it over here, eye socket, nose, forehead, or maybe not even there. Maybe it's backwards. Maybe this is a big eye, another eye on that side over here, and then the face is here. Do you remember the spike creature from back in the day? Spike creatures from Magic, you mean? I think I was out of Magic at that point. If we're talking about the spikes from Magic. Let's jump over here for a moment. Little digression. We can go look at type spike. Spike breeder, spike cannibal, spike colony, spike drone. How many were there? There were 11. There's only 11 spikes in the whole world of Magic. Oh man, my camera fell, but I'll fix that. Actually, wait a minute. They were around when I was playing. I just don't remember pulling many of them. Apparently they started in Tempest. I was playing in Tempest, definitely. But I don't remember getting many in my packs, or they might just not be too memorable. Spike drone in Tempest, and then spike breeder. There was only one spike in all of Tempest. Then they started to make more of them. I vaguely remember, I guess, Mark Rosewater saying, we had so many ideas for Tempest. It was my very first set. I had so many ideas. We put so many things out there. We had to take out like 50% of them. So he said, at least I got one spike put into the game in case my ideas never got reused. Well, then, of course, the next set they did reuse them. And then on Stronghold, they then put more of them. Breeder, colony, feeder, soldier, worker. And then on the next set after that, Exodus, Cannibal, Hatcher, Rogue, Weaver, and then they did the very last one. So those are the only spikes that ever existed for a brief time between 1997, 1998, and then they printed a Spike Tiller, Future, our Time Spiral, where they were upending the world of Magic, but they were sort of a mixture of arachnid-faced slug creature sort of things. Yep, so I hadn't remembered the spikes very well, but I guess the looking at some of these unlocked those memories, specifically this, yeah. My camera fell when I switched over there, so let me reset it here. Okay, so next card. Here we have Zorak from Space Ghost Coast to Coast. And what does this say? 10A plus, Mantis Chorus, or something. Again, why is there a lot of emptiness in the design? And your standard Mantis, but why do we have the pattern? Okay, that looks like a wood pattern behind them, right? But then why is there the wood pattern on top of the left eye there? There's that halo effect, but does that cause the wood pattern? Yeah, exactly, Zorak. That's what we will always think of whenever we see any mantis creatures. We're always going to think of Zorak nowadays. It was a hilarious character, definitely. Then we've got this weird-looking guy, and then this guy saying, "That's a weird-looking guy." Well, you're not perfect yourself. Your flat top's kind of not flat. Stumbled upon this guy just hanging out in the wastelands, giving free advice or something, and some other sort of weird floating things, these weird jellyfish sorts of things. It looks like, yeah, one of those Moi statues. What are they called? Moi, something like that, yeah. From the Easter Island, right? Yeah, Moi statues, I believe. And some floating Metroids, Proto-Metroids. No, not Proto-Metroids. Metroid's been around since like 86, and this is from 94. Actually, is there a date somewhere here? Maybe this was created in the 70s. Well, we'll see the backs in a moment. And then, ooh, look at this fun little guy. So, looks like a steel-plated... Here's my thought. This is completely wrong, but here's my thought. This is one of the workers that works on Mustafar in the world of, Darth Vader's volcano world. We didn't see one of these, but it was there in the back of episode 3 when we went to Mustafar. Well, it's actually destroying this. So is it a worker? Is it a scamp? What's it doing? And then it's got a clear plastic bag full of Gatorade or something. And some sort of metallic suit and lots of spiked teeth. Or maybe it's surfing the lava oceans. I like this art here. So this is very sci-fi, but also I'm just, wearing my space suit, going to my space job. Some sort of amazing digital apparatus there. Very smart outfit. Tower, futuristic tower, and holding a weapon. Very cool concept of a design on that costume. That's going to be my next Halloween costume. And lastly, a sad-looking, obviously putting human emotion onto it that, it's sad. Which is funny because my mom always says, yeah, your cat always looks sad. And, I guess, my cat's fur on the face might give it a sort of sad look. Just like this one, obviously it doesn't have to be a sad creature, but the fur pattern makes it look sad. And now we will always think that, oh, some sort of furry brown creature is a Chewbacca, even though this one has blue eyes. It's some sort of blue fungus or something. Yeah, that's why it's sad. It's got fungus that it needs to take some ointment for. All right, so now let's look at the backs and see what all of these weird things we were looking at were. This is card number 74. Welcome to Mars. This was the first painting Barlow did using Swiss Lascaux acrylics. He calls them wonderful and says you can't even tell what medium they are when they're dry. All right, well, acrylics are kind of automatically built in. That could be very high quality, but I guess Lascaux acrylics are even more amazing. From Switzerland. This one, the Ecologic Envoy. The fun part of this painting, for Wayne, was designing the immense city pylon in the background. Interesting. I would have thought that the character itself was pretty fun and cool and interesting, but I guess he really liked just these straight lines of this pylon. I thought it was some sort of tower. That's a pylon, which off the top of my head, I don't know what a pylon is, but I would hear it all the time on Star Trek Deep Space Nine, always talking about Upper Pylon 7 being on the fritz. This one, Plague of Demons, brain-stealing, immensely powerful dog aliens. Who says science fiction isn't fun to illustrate? No one has ever said that ever. We all know that it is fun to illustrate, but I guess that's a saying. So, dog aliens. So are they dog aliens or are they demons? Plague of demons, but then he talks about dog aliens. I don't think this quote actually matches the artwork. Okay, here's the Moe. What is this? Mission to the Heart of Mars. Wayne reveals of this painting, the aliens were like living Easter Island statues, but the real challenge was coming up with alien rock formations. So yep, exactly. He was exactly doing the Moai of Easter Island, but his version with hands and stuff. And no, this was not Zorak. This is the Gospel according to Gamaliel Chrysius. The most challenging aspect of this painting was unquestionably simulating the cracked gold leaf on wood background of an old icon. I actually fooled some readers. Okay, yeah, so that's why I was saying, well, why does it look like it's on the wood? Because it's supposed to be that it was painted on wood. That's why the wood crack is on the character. So it's an icon, and in the old days, the Latin word icon or whatever literally had more of a meaning that we know today. All right, let's see this one. Even the back is cool, so they're kind of changing the color on various ways for these in the back as well, and on this one with a dark background, cool, but that makes it then harder to read. Creature card, what is this? Creature card 2 of 6, but then these don't have an extra whatever of whatever, so this might be one of the special cards somehow, although it doesn't look like some of the shiny cards or hollow cards or something. Emperor Sea Striders of Darwin 4. Wayne calls these gigantic seafaring aliens gigantic denizens of amoebic space. According to Barlow, they eat with their feet by shaving off the jelly they walk upon. That is so creative, that they are walking through these lands and their feet is what is picking up the nourishment on the ground, and they're just living along. I guess this, this in the background, when they jump and they fly, they look a little bit like that. And that propulsion unit, I guess. Very creative. Oh, this purple background's cool too. This is women card 506. I don't doubt, because people misspell that all the time, that even if they meant to be woman card and they misspelled it, because I see people misspell women or woman all the time. Speaking of misspellings, I saw someone with a hot dog stand at Target today, and their little cart was called hot dogs, but I'm 99.99% sure they misspelled it because they spelled it HOT space DOG apostrophe S. I'm sure they meant to simply write hot dogs, but they fell into the classic, whenever there's an S, there must be an apostrophe, although that is not the case, of course. Apostrophes only work when you have contractions or possessive, and I doubt they were calling it hot dogs stand, like the person's name is hot dog and their stand belongs to them, as in Victor's hot dogs. Anyway, I'm getting too caught up on that, but women card 506. My assignment: paint an evil beaver. Some things truly are impossible, says Wayne. Yeah, this is such a failure on those efforts, because you're obviously focused on the woman here, and then yeah, that is a completely evil beaver. But if you're gonna paint an evil beaver, focus on the beaver, and it's evil enough without an extra weapon. And what kind of weapon is this? It feels like it's some sort of like lightsaber, but why isn't it activated? And if it's a gun, I can't tell it's a gun, just like I can't tell that's a gun. So this fails on so many levels to capture the goal of the description. But art-wise, of course, this is way better than anything I could do. Two of the same one, unless one of them is signed and one of them isn't. And nope, they're both the exact same card. That's so weird. Did we get, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait a minute. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we did get the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. So we did get the 10 that were supposed to be in the pack, and then two of them were the same, so that's weird. This is Warrior card 2 of 6, Warrior Alien 2, according to Wayne, who compiled his extraterrestrial expertise in his first book, Barlow's Guide to Extraterrestrials. This alien inhabits a dark, mechanized world filled with combat robots. Okay, now this makes more sense. Yeah, Barlow's Guide to Extraterrestrials. This is a semi-famous book. Let's do a little digression over here. Barlow's Guide to Extraterrestrials is a book series that I always wanted to pick up a copy of, because I kind of love these fake atlases and encyclopedias of things. But yeah, this is, I remember it now. This is the he did a whole book. See if I can get a better shot of it. He did a whole book of, here we go. He did a whole book of aliens, forward by the brothers Hildebrandt. They are amazing artists. Full color identifications, great aliens from science fiction literature. The extraterrestrials are here. One man has seen them. Wayne Douglas Barlow's brilliant portraits of science fiction creatures are the result of exacting studies made during a lifetime in the field. He now presents anatomical drawings, cutaway, and locomotive studies, and at-hand observations of each entity's habits, behavioral patterns, environments, and culture. Wayne Barlow has been that close. So yeah, I always wanted a copy of this. This is like it's a sort of a real book on a fake topic. And the brothers Hildebrandt, Greg and Tim Hildebrandt, also make a little note there. So I've seen this book before. The one I've seen, so this is a first edition. It looks like it's a first edition, because the one that I've seen mostly is this one, which is marked as the second edition. I never got a copy, but it always kind of interested me because I like these sorts of atlases of things, especially fantastical things. Oh, so here's an overlord is one of these, a triped, a penume. Oh, here we go, a Mercian, the one that we just opened right now, two of a Mercian. Guild steersman, Salaman, a Demu, and a Signan. Wayne Douglas Barlow, Ian Summers, Beth Meacham. Forward by Robert Silberg. Ooh, they took out the Hildebrands' forward and put instead Robert Silberg. Interesting. Full color identifications. So anyway, to wrap up this, I had forgotten, seeing the name Wayne Barlow didn't have me remember, but if I had seen Barlow's Guide to Aliens, I would have quickly remembered. And then the last card is Bizarre Alien 1. The Serpentine alien augments his language with highly expressive body gestures. Hurry! Send for your free illustrated catalog of more than 600 science fiction and fantasy products. That's so funny that they threw in an ad in the middle of the description. I guess they just had a really bad description, so they threw in an ad. And I remember SQP, actually. I wonder if they're still around. But SQP, when I went to my first Comic-Con, they had a catalog of their stuff, and they were just publishing a lot of sci-fi, fantasy stuff. And on the issue that they had published on their catalog, they had to censor everything, and they wrote in the forward that, well, we had to censor stuff because, there's going to be people that are offended by a little bit of fantasy nudity, so now we're censoring our catalogs. So that was the first Comic-Con I went to, and I was like, darn, I should have gone to last year's. So I wonder if SQP is still around. So that was the Crack-A-Pack. Bunch of aliens cards, pretty interesting. That's what the people voted for. Aliens. So hopefully you all liked them. Tell me which one stood out to you, which one's going to give you nightmares, which one is the most WTH of them all. Right there. So I'm going to take my first break, actually. I haven't taken a break this whole time. Take a break, and then we're going to do some drafting. So back in a moment. Yep, I could definitely see that as chopsticks and noodles. Alright, let's jump over to the game and do some drafting. So, there's a brand new set out yet again. Actually, that reminds me, now that I said it, let's look at something interesting over here. If we look at the release, the latest releases in Magic, all sets. So we had Dominaria United released on September 9th. So that was the latest big premiere set. Then there was Warhammer 40k Commander decks, so pre-constructed Commander decks. And then there was Unfinity, the latest unset, the latest, fun, jokey sort of set, which now has officially added cards that go officially into the real world of Magic, so to speak. They're no longer silver bordered, that is to say. Then after that, we got Brothers War, so 11/18. So September 09, 11, and then November 18. So 2 months in between those big releases, and Dominaria was 434 cards, and then Brothers War is 387. And then that has retro artifacts. So they've printed 126 vintage artifacts throughout Magic's history in the old brown border, the vintage border. They've also added Transformers into Magic the Gathering, so you can get Transformers cards, because they are artifact creatures, and that's why that makes sense to be added to an artifact-focused deck of Magic. We got some tokens, promos and tokens. There was also Commander decks released for the Brothers War, and its own tokens. And the 30th anniversary edition, which reprinted Beta. You can buy 4 packs of that for $999. And, okay, that's a little notice from my meds. So let's do, I should have paused, okay, let me just go take this quick pill here. You can look at all that, and I'll be right back. All right, we're back here. So yes, that was just saying that there were a lot of new cards and stuff. So that means we will be able to see some of them in this draft. To my knowledge, you are going to be able to crack some of those vintage border artifacts, although don't know their distributions and the like. So anyway, we'll go over to play events. Where do they have these? Events, new events, and we've got traditional draft, Brothers War. There we go. So best of 3, Brothers War. Got a couple of gems to spare, so we'll play. Here we go. Let's strap in. Let's strap in and play some Brothers War traditional draft. I haven't really seen the cards, and don't know the big strategies and such, but when we were working on that Mishra deck last week, just saw that it was about that Mishra deck that I made last week, which I forgot to play. I'll see if we can play one game of it or so after the draft. But that Mishra focused deck, I did grab a couple of the new cards to make the Mishra deck, so let's see if some of those strategies come together, and we'll see what we can do with those cards. As usual, we'll be looking at what they call the signpost uncommons, which are the multicolored cards that sort of guide you into the direction of doing stuff. So there's 25 of them, some creatures, some planeswalkers. Blue-white is the color of soldiers. Green-white is whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1 counter on each target creature you control. So counters on your creatures is green-white. What a surprise. Red, blue. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a soldier. So the spells, if you just cast a bunch of card draw spells or damage spells and such, you could also be creating soldiers. This is being on the lookout for any of these uncommons to then build around. We've got Tanos, the Toy Maker. Whenever you cast a beast or bird, creature spell, you may copy it, except it's a copy. I think I read that there really aren't any beasts or birds to care about, so that's a trap. Skyfisher Spider, 3/3 reach. This is kind of does its own thing. It's not a signpost. Still waiting for the game to start. That's why we're looking at the side stuff. Actually, wait. I need to. Oh, there we go. The game started. Let's click ready on that. Back to the game. For a while we were waiting, and then suddenly all the seats filled up, but then people have to get in and play here. I could understand why they wouldn't automatically start the game, because we're just waiting for one person. I could see how they wouldn't want people to spend them, and then the game restarts. Oh no, the game starts. Okay, perfect. We're starting. So we got a Soul Guide Lantern, Hostile Negotiations, Monastery Swift Spear, so we can do Haste and Prowess. That's strong. If we're doing so, oh, we got the Third Path Iconoclast plus the Monastery Swift Speaker. Maybe we'll do some red-blue stuff. Those are some good ones to open on the first pack, and then build stuff upon it. And then all of these prototype creatures. We've also got a ramp in green, as usual, but I'm going to grab this Third Path Iconoclast to try to do some sort of red-green stuff, which I usually don't do, but we'll see what we get. Three mana flyer. Oh, there's another path. Is everyone going to pass these Third Path Iconoclast guys? We could be making such an army, so I'm just going to try to grab some of those and see. Yeah, I'm going to see. I got two that make a bunch of soldiers, so if we can get more of this guy, that'd be amazing. But now with that guy, and I just play my spells, I start to make soldiers. Plus, you know, we got a flyer right there. So not specifically soldiers, I'm not just tying down to the one faction, but because I got that uncommon card, that one is definitely a that one is definitely pulls you in a direction. So this could just be making a bunch of soldiers whenever you cast a non-creature spell, so opt or whatever, just make soldiers. As long as this is on the battlefield, I got two of them so far. Let's see if you can get any more in the next packs. I got a flyer here with prowess, so again, cast those spells, make this stronger. Plus we're going to get flyers in blue. Now here's the example of why does it not show who your opponents are? Didn't we see one of the last times that we played, when we, I don't know, Chromatic Cube or something, it showed who we were playing against. Why does it sometimes show us and sometimes not? I am kind of falling into soldiers kind of easily, because, oh yeah, one of the jokes that I saw was that they're printing more soldiers, but now in blue. And here's an Air Marshal human soldier. Here's a Wing Commando human soldier. And so soldiers are often white, and now for whatever reason, they're putting some blue soldiers. Millstone is in this set. So I'm mostly grabbing everything that's blue so far. That's weird. I hardly focus on that color during drafts. Alright, back to pack 1. Soul Guide Lantern came back. The surveil site. Yeah, I grabbed Takasia's dig site. It's surveil, not mill. Yeah, I got that dig site. So that one had a lot of blue stuff. Pay 3, surveil 1, so that's definitely good for the late game. Clay Revenant, Artifact Creature Golem, 1 mana, 1/2, enters tapped. I don't have any black mana, so that'll probably be a cut. Just had to pick something there. Air Marshal, it's a 2 mana, 2/1. Anyway, let's move on to pack 2. Helm of the Host, Forging the Anchor. We got Mishra. Okay, actually, Mishra's been very cool when I was using it in the deck. It's got haste and lets you tap and draw and discard. So I'm going to grab that. Machine over matter. Instead of mind over matter, we get machine over matter. Ooh, look at this excavation explosion. 3 mana, deal 3 damage to any target, and make a power stone. So yeah, that'll work. That'll do the damage, that'll do some triggers. We got Urza himself. Urza Power Stone Prodigy, 1/3 Vigilance, draw a card, discard. If you discard artifacts, you make Power Stones. Well, I want this Dwarven Forged Chanter that also works well with the Prowess, but we need triggers to happen, so hopefully it'll come around. It's a common. Yoshin Soldier is back as a Yoshin Frontier Liner. I'm gonna grab some of these big artifacts as well. I was looking also at the list of soldiers. There's 823 soldiers in the world of magic, starting with Benalish Hero. It was first Summon Hero, but then eventually was retconned into Human Soldier. So basically every card I've gotten so far, I'm happy to keep it in the deck. No one is picking these birds. It's 5 mana, but it pays you back with 1 mana. And now the final things are being tapped or passed. All right, final pack. No one took the Urza. Urza himself, the big Urza. Spring Leaf Drum is in this set and would work better on the multicolored stuff, definitely. they did the whole cycle of, all right, tower worker, mine worker, and power plant worker, right? The Urza's tower, Urza's mine, Urza's power plant, but they did them as artifact creatures. Each one does its own thing, and if you've got all three of them, they do a super thing. They literally printed a card called Unleash Shell. A lot of 13-year-olds are going to love that card. I got so many of these flying Koilos rocks. 3/3 flyers. Maybe somehow if I can get to that 5 mana and start bringing it in. I got so many of these air marshals. Maybe I can just overwhelm the opponent with so many of those flyers, because when one comes in and makes a stone, makes a power stone for more. And there's so many cards that have these alternate costs that you can kind of splash them in. All right, the final picks are swinging around. As the final cards come in, if we check here on the web browser, Benelish Hero, Yoshin Soldier, Akron Legionnaire, Davenant Archer, Righteous Avenger, Cobalt, Drill Sergeant. These are some of the first soldiers ever printed. All right, here's the card pile that we're going to work on in just a moment. Need to answer this text. All right, so we got 54 out of 40 cards that we need to deal with. The big idea in the beginning was soldiers, although prowess is in there too, and the results here so far: 19 creatures, 18 non-creatures. So I could probably bring it down to a minimum of creatures, keep the non-creatures, and then... Well, let's look at things one more time. So we got weaknesses, subjugation. This taps... If you pay 4 mana, you tap their creature. If you pay 1 mana, it doesn't untap. Enchantment. So here's some of the removal. Monastery Swiftspear, 1/2, haste and prowess. So that one is gonna get bigger as you play cards until end of turn. Air Marshal, I got 4 of those. Probably don't need as many. They're 2/1s for 2. You pay 3. You give any soldier flying. So give it to itself. Give it to another soldier. Curate, 2 mana. Surveil 2. Draw a card. Probably keep both of those. Defabricate, choose 1, counter target artifact or counter target activated ability. I think I'm going to cut that one right away. I know counter spells are important and such, but I'm going to focus on doing things rather than stopping things. Machine over matter. This spell costs 1 extra. Return target non-land permanent. This spell costs 1 less to cast if you control an artifact, return, or creature. This spell costs 1 less to cast if you control an artifact. Oh, an artifact creature. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. So a bounce spell that could be useful. Bounce their creature. Prowess your own creature. Scatter Ray is a counter spell for 2. Again, I'm not big in counter spells at the moment. Dwarven Forge Chanter. Okay, here's a prowess creature with a ward of pay 2 life. So the opponent's going to have to hurt themselves if they want to target it. That's going to be useful, and this can be getting bigger and bigger as you play the various other spells. Like Obliteration Bolt, 2 mana, 4 damage to creature or planeswalker. Exile it. I did get lucky with 2 third path iconoclasts. Whenever you cast your spells, every time, not just once per turn, whenever you cast spells, make soldiers. So overrun them. I'm thinking of putting this wings in here just to make things fly. Not everything can be made to fly with the Air Marshal, but having 1 of these wings could be the final bit of damage, because it'll +1 your creature and give it flying. Equip only for 2. Stern Lesson, draw 2, discard 1, make a Power Stone. Third Path Savant, pay 7 mana, draw 2 cards. In theory, eventually. Wing Commando, 2/2 Flying Prowess, Human Soldier. Urza's Rebirth, choose 1, counter target spell or tap up to 2 target creatures. So I would keep this one because it's a counter spell plus it's a tap spell. So never mind countering something, but tapping their creatures. Imagine I've got both prowess or all 3 prowess creatures out there, and then they all +1 plus tap them down. Excavation Explosion, 3 mana, 3 damage to any target, create a Power Stone. Mishra, 2/1 with haste, 1 and tap, draw discard. If you discarded an artifact, make some mana. Raise to the ground, 3 mana, destroy an artifact. If its mana value is 1 or less, draw a card, so obviously destroy their Power Stones. If you destroy their Power Stone, you draw a card. Foundry Inspector, I'm not focused really on artifact creatures, so let's dump that one, although a 3 mana for 3/2. No, that's fine. The other creatures are kind of doing their thing. Involuntary cooldown, 4 mana, tap up to 2 artifacts or creatures, put stun counters on them. So that's the thing where they don't untap for as long as they've got a stun counter. So when they try to untap, the stun counter triggers. They don't. It's their new wording for does not untap at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. Although now this is going to need the baggage of, well, what's a stun counter? Now, if you proliferate stun counters, then they will be stunned for even longer. Latinum Adept, 4 mana, 3/3. Whenever you draw your second card, put a +1. So there's a couple of card draw spells, so this could get stronger. It's a 3/3, could get stronger. So it's kind of prowess-ish with card draw. Retrieval Agent, 2/5. Pay 2, gets +1. This is a soldier, so this is one of these flyers that you could get to be a flyer. But then you got to pay 2 mana to make it stronger. And if you pay 4 mana, what's the math on this? Let's figure out all the math. If you pay 10 mana, you'll kill it. +1, -1. 2 times... yeah, if you do this 5 times, 5 times 2, 10 mana, you kill it. If you do this 3 times, 2, 4, 6 minus 3, it's still got 2. Alright, so you can do it up to 4 times, right? 4, 2, 4, 6, 8. I think that works. You can do this 4 times before it dies. Yeah, why am I thinking so hard? It's a -1, so you do it 5 times. 5 times 2. Anyway, that could get big if with a 4 plus 4. Desynchronize target non-land permanent's owner puts it on top or bottom. Target non-land permanent's owner. That's so convoluted to simply say put target non-land permanent on top of its owner's library. Why didn't they say it that way? Target non-land permanent's owner puts it on the top or bottom of their library. That sounds so convoluted compared to other times that's been done. And then 5 mana, scry 2. So at the high end, the biggest thing here is a 6 mana Death Touch. Then we got the dig site and the lands. So before any of the edits to the deck, that's everything. And I guess we don't need 4 air marshals. Start with 2. Oh, I missed a whole... What did I do here? Okay, well, as I was scrolling over, I missed a couple of things, actually. Scrapwork Rager, 4 mana artifact creature. It's a 2/2. When it enters, draw a card, lose 1 life. So this works as a creature plus a card draw. It's only a 2/2, and I guess it'll be good for blocking. It's not on theme with anything, and I will never be able to unearth it because it takes black mana. And I also missed here that I had Unleash Shell. Yeah, how did I miss half these cards? So, Unleash Shell, 5 mana instant, deals 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker and 2 damage to that permanent's controller. So, damage their stuff and damage the opponent. So there we go. And then 3 of these Koilos Rocks, 5 mana, 3/3. It's a flash flying bird, and when it enters, it makes Power Stone. So I think on that, cut 1 also. So we're down to 48 cards. Let's look at the creatures again. That might not quite cut the muster. One of the rocks down to 1 rock or down to 2 rocks. Maybe I'll drop Mishra, even though it's card draw and discard, although that helps power the Latinum Adept. When you draw more cards, it gets bigger. Yeah, I'm going to cut Mishra and that Adept. They work together, but it's not completely what everything does. Then I'm going to drop the Rager because that extra card draw, the Latinum guy, isn't around anymore. All right, I dropped one. I went from 3 to 2. I dropped one. We're at 45 cards. I'm going to keep both of these curates, but then leave one stern lesson. 3 mana, instant draw 2, then discard. Gonna keep one machine over matter. I think I've got some good amount of removal bounce sort of things. You know what, actually I'm going to drop this retrieval agent because you need that extra mana to make it do stuff. Yeah, and then this desynchronized. Target non-land permanent's owner puts it on the top or bottom of their library. Yeah, let's... Although that might be a way to deal... Well, that'll be the sideboard. We've got sideboards. I was going to say that'll be the way to deal with a Planeswalker. And that's 41 cards. Okay, I don't want to think any harder than that. Let's do 41 cards. Let's do 42 cards and... let's do 42 cards as I usually do. That's my lucky number. And we'll give it a shot with that first, and then we'll sideboard and such. So some soldiers, some prowess, card draw, tap spells. We've got stuff to do. And as the opponent comes on board here... Oh, here we go. The opponent is up. I got exactly the card I wanted for turn 2. They go first, however, so let's see if we're able to make a bunch of soldiers. They had to mulligan. Black. Go with blue. Okay, so they're going to want to do discard with that card. That'll be fine. See if I can tap it with that subjugation. I got the double blue for the rebuff. They're passing. When this attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, it gains flying. Okay, fine. Interesting. So here, I could already just pay 1 to... Yeah, this will be the more efficient thing. Let's pay 1. This will force them to eat their own stuff. And I'll bring out this and start building that. So this will force them to eat their own infiltrator, which is fine. And then after that I can tap it with the rebuff and then just kind of go aggro on them. They got their own Rager. Yep, see exactly there. They'll eat their own creature, that's fine. Get flying for a moment. Tap their creatures, prowess, and make soldiers, go aggro. Got that commando flyer. Got another rager, you're actually damaging yourself. See if they... Nope, didn't block that, no problem. Okay, they've done the worst thing possible there, so that's pretty devastating. Of course, they got the steal your thing and I will eat it. So that Killzone combatant is doing its thing. Yeah, they have too much advantage. Alright, well, the opponent's got a lot of good stuff. Very synergistic. Either that one eats stuff and gets stronger. We know they have a way for them to steal our stuff and then eat it and get stuff. And they have some good card draw. They've got removal. They've got a lot of good stuff. So I don't know what we've got on our own. I guess counter spells. I got a counter a target spell, counter an artifact. Artifact spell. I don't really see any good counters versus the opponent. I don't know. They just probably have a better deck, so let's try again. Absolutely no lands. How does that even happen? I keep hearing that supposedly they programmed it so that that doesn't really happen, even though obviously it could happen in real life. And then no blue mana. Amazing. So this game is over. They didn't mulligan at all. Turn 1 Ashnod. Really bad draws. Let's go on to the next opponent, just in case we get better stuff. That pet over there is always pretty funny when it hits the battlefield. Ooh, they got a Mishra's Bauble. Let's give him a nice on that. Yeah, there's nothing to do. Just look at it and click OK. You can't shuffle it or anything. Just look at it. They're reading it, I bet. So I got to play the card you just saw. Oh, I didn't even show you that I've got these cool sleeves. This is, I think there's a new series of commands. Kix's command and Argive's command. I don't know what they are, but one of every color. When you gather those mastery balls, and so I got the black one first, and so these are the new sleeves. Double Strike Thresher. So, seems like they're playing red, white. This is one of these new weird style of cards where it lets you do something or not do something, and if you don't do it, you get something. It's kind of weird. That was kind of a weird play on their side because they decided to grab the card and not do the plus counters on that. So don't doubt that the cards are a little complicated sometimes to keep track of everything they do. There's another one of these when this... Oh no, that's just a simple draw discard. Thank you, Power Stone. That is a 5/4 on the ground. I need them to not do that. I guess that's fine. I guess they have another one for that 5/4. They're probably going to lock it down too. Or just destroy it. Okay. Hey, that's Richard Kane Ferguson art on the new Disenchant. Yeah, I recognized it right away. And then now we're spinning our wheels here. Amazing. Well, this is the part where I get bored and the opponent thinks forever and I have nothing to do. And they're just going to draw cards off of that and have that advantage. Alright, so one of the big things to get rid of is that. Do I have a way to get rid of an enchantment? So I got another hand with absolutely no mana. So I know they have a bunch of... Oh, how perfect that they got that bitter reunion again. And they got the Takacia's welcome again. That is so fake. It's probably game over already because they have that Takacia's welcome, and it's going to draw them an extra card every turn at least. And they're going to draw into their removal. And well, at least that ward is damaging them. All right, third time's the charm. And we will confirm that soldiers are trash in this set, or that I picked all the wrong soldier cards. So I was looking over here at the history of soldier cards. I remember the Acacian Javelineers back in good old Fallen Empires. Now let's see if I get my red mana next turn. And I can get that Swift Spear. No, of course not. And both of the amazing cards that really work with my red mana are not. But no, they will have the perfect red and green, red and blue. Yeah, I'm sure there were the 4 different artworks and everything, so... The 4 different artworks on that. Well, it's going to be one of those opponents that has some sort of instant or sorcery that they don't realize they have priority on. Oh, there we go. And I'm still missing all of this red mana. Okay. Well, we have to surveil for it. Alright, so we're far behind, but hopefully if our stuff doesn't die this next turn, what I can do is play that Swift Spear, Curate, or Stern Lesson, and just get stuff happening, finally. But they're also playing red-blue, so if they hit either of those, that'll be... If they use some red... direct damage, that'll be annoying. With that extra power stone, they probably would have enough mana to wipe out both my creatures. Great. Now they have their own iconoclast, and they're going to do damage to the flyer. Well, at least they didn't have the extra mana to tap it. So that's not... Oh, that's... Never mind. That's the bounce ability. Such a slow player. Okay, let's switch over here while they contemplate. So, yeah, we had all of these soldiers. Oh, I remember General Jarkeld. And that was Ice Age. Lost Order of Jarkeld was also pretty cool in Ice Age. How many Jarkeld were there? Jarkeld. Just 2. General Jarkeld and Lost Order of Jarkeld. Lost Order of Jarkeld has power and toughness each equal to 1 plus the number of creatures target opponent controls. Oops, what am I clicking on? As Lost Order enters the battlefield, choose an opponent. That is the current wording, and now then it has that power for the rest of the game, so... That's funny how that was just changed after all these years. Alright, well, I've finally got some blockers here. 6th mana coming up for the War Plow. Oh, that's that Might Stone brings it to life. Might Stone's animation, so that's a 4/4. That's blockable. Alright, so as the opponent chooses their attackers, Kieldoran Phalanx, classic Richard Kane Ferguson art, Kildoran Guard. Yeah, these classic. I could look at Ice Age and Alliances cards over and over and over. Those are the sweet spot nostalgia for me. I got into Magic at 4th edition, but when Ice Age debuted, just the whole world of it all was just amazing. It's close. It's really, really close. Alright, they got Urza to do something with it next turn. They got a 2 in the air, which will die at the end of the turn. Is there any way that I can do... Is there any way that I can do 5 damage to them on my turn? Alright, so if they block the 2/1 that's making more soldiers, that's still going to be 5 damage in the air, so that's game. If they block the 2/3, alright, that's a response. Well, I guess I finally found an opponent that is somewhat matched with my deck. Meaning pretty low power. But, I guess they're also artifact-focused somewhat. So as they sideboard this Kildoran royal party, way back in 1995, I thought their armor was really nice. I thought their armor looked and worked very well. This is by Alan Williams. And what other things did they do? Even starting from Ice Age, even up to Avacyn Restored 2012. Oh yeah, Blinking Spirit. Oh, they did that, the counter spell for Ice Age. Chaotic Goo. Douthie Mind Ripper. Oh, Evan. I can't even say it all this time later. Enervate. I don't know why I feel like it would be Enerviate. Enervate. 2 mana, tap target artifact, creature, or land. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. Flowstone Blade. Well, that's cool. They made the Flowstone Blade in the sort of like version 1.0 Magic style, and then later they made the blade in the like 2.0 style, right? 1.0 is a little bit more cartoony, like this style, and then they went more realistic. So it's interesting that even in the same set, that this is in the same set of Ice Age. Oh, Hematite Talisman. They could kind of do those two styles of like cartoony-ish and realistic. Yeah, that old classic style. Alright, so they go first. Here's the best scenario. It's my turn. I draw a mountain. Nope, of course not. I have no idea why it really feels that the draws are just... The land draws are just so horrible this time around for me. That's what I wanted turn 1. Thank you. I'll save that raise to the ground, I guess. So a 3 mana 4/3. You should have attacked with both. Alright, we're gonna have to take a bunch of damage right here, but then I can raise to the ground and then pay them back. That was a good prowess result. Double prowess. It was slightly a misplay, but it actually worked out. I didn't play my second. I should have played my second. I thought I had the mana to do the Unleash Shell. But I played the Dig Site instead, so I couldn't play that. But then I was able to draw and bounce and prowess twice, so I guess that's close. And the opponent will think for a while, so let's jump over to look at more cards. Let's just go for it and just say, just show me Ice Age. Why don't we just take a little trip down memory lane of Ice Age? Adakar Unicorn, I think I would say, is my favorite artwork of all of Magic of all time and forever. I've always loved Quentin Hoover art, rest in peace. And it's just, again, Ice Age is my favorite nostalgia set. Quentin Hoover is my favorite artist. And this little unicorn is a horrible card, but the art of it, look at that, it's just beautiful. It's got the ethereal nature of the beating hooves and the snow and the sky that mixes stars and snow and everything. So I wish I had that as the original artwork. And then the card itself, it could have been so good. Tap. Well, add blue or colorless and blue. Spend this mana only to pay for cumulative upkeep costs. So sad. You know, if you're playing with kitchen table, casual, make up your own rules, how can we fix this? Not too powerful, but is it even too powerful if we make it tap add blue or tap add blue colorless? No strings attached? Is that too powerful? Is first paying 3 mana? Oops, the opponent played and didn't. The opponent passed and didn't play anything, so maybe they have lost their will to live? Anyway. Did they lose their internet connection or did they lose their will to live? Or they're just waiting to counter that. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this opponent. I guess they'll do their tap ability here. I haven't seen any counter spells. Even if they counter it, the prowess will still happen. They should have at least done its thing. They could have done the draw and discard and drawn a card. I'm sure they're triggered that they don't have any good cards. They just passed. As I was looking at that unicorn, they passed it back to me. Alright, so we'll let them keep thinking as we go look over here. Blinking Spirit. That's a card that really stands out in my mind. And deceptively powerful. Pay 0, return it to your hand. So you can basically never kill it. With the limited knowledge of Magic my brother and I had, that was just an unbeatable card. Okay, I will terror it. Sorry, pay 0, back to my hand. Okay, I will fireball it. Sorry, 0, back to my hand. It was even apparently on one of the Pro Tour decks at one point. The opponent isn't doing anything at all. I don't know what they're up to. So they'll probably just concede. The scarabs were interesting. Black scarab, target player gets +2 as long as any opponent controls any black cards, and then becomes unblockable by black. Blue scarab, same thing for blue. Yeah, the opponent's just timing out. Caribou range. Modern wording. Oh, okay, here we go. Back to here. Just land. Yep, let's wrap this up, I guess. I don't know what's going on with the opponent. Caribou range. Enchantment Aura, enchant your land. Enchanted land has double white tap, create a 0/1 white caribou creature token. Sacrifice 1 caribou, gain 1 life. So flavorful in that you skin the caribou and gain life. You're only going to gain 1 life from 1 whole caribou, and I don't and it's just so funny how it's so funny how something like this would be a 0/1 and not even a 1/1. Yeah, I won that game. I don't know what's going on with the opponent. Did they time out? Did they suddenly lose the will to live? What happened, opponent? Right, well, we got our first win, and that means our reward. Corrupt. Corrupt deals damage to any target equal to the number of swamps you control. You gain life equal. Isn't that like Tendrils of Corruption, but slightly different? Is that a reprint? Is Corrupt a reprint? It seems like it because it's such a simple word. Corrupt. Yeah, it's a reprint. It was all the way back in Urza's saga. Corrupt deals 1 damage to target creature or player for each swamp you control. When Corrupt successfully deals damage to a creature or player, gain life equal to that damage. Yawgmoth brushed Urza's mind and Urza's world convulsed. So back when they were doing this Transformers... No, it's not Transformers, it's like a Robotech mech design, right? I see like the Valkyrie... style of armor there. So there was Corrupt, printed it in 7th edition, an amazing textless version that you better know how it works because it doesn't tell you at all how it works. And there was kind of a cartoonier one, Shadowmoor. There are things beneath the murk. There are things beneath the murk for whom the bog is a stew, a thin broth in need of meat. Then they printed a badass version over here with some character. Oh, this was during when they were printing the IDW comics. They would give you a card, and you get the comic and the card. Oh, the same art here, but with a different text. 1 misstep in the swamp, and the evil that sleeps beneath will rise to find you. So they have not printed... Well, they printed it in M14, but they hadn't printed it since 2014. So brand new printing of it. Most wise, thoughtful, most powerful Kadir, said the Gixian, we offer whatever help we may give in your illustrious name. So that's that, but I also believe got another reward. Got some gems and a pack. Let's open a pack. Oh, that reminds me. There is a what do you call those things? A game code to unlock. MTG, the initials for this set are BRO. Oh, it's not MTG BRO, it's Play BRO. And there we go, I unlocked packs. So I'll open 1 pack and Then we'll play, yeah, then we'll play with that. Well, I'll get to it one moment. So I got the Unleash Shell again. Excavation Explosion again. Moment of Defiance. 3 mana, instant. Our creature gets +2/+1. And gains lifelink. Draw a card. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's not keep the buzzards waiting. Oh, this one had the flavor text. And Urza's engineers could take weeks to dig out a power stone. The goblins weren't so painstaking. It's been a while since we've seen a code. That's a good point. Did I ever unlock the code for the other set? I'll try in a moment. The new cannon's destructive power more than made up for... They do it for every set. I just maybe haven't done it on stream. The new cannon's destructive power more than made up for its unpredictable blast radius. Combat Thresher, that's the pay 7 for a 3/3 double strike, or pay 3 for a 1/1 double strike and draw a card. Stern Lesson, I was using that one. So out of this pack, I got 3 of the cards that I was using that I opened in the draft. So that's... And no, I got 4. This is so funny. What are the odds of this? Because not only do they not give you 15 cards in boosters, I got 4 from the set I just played in the draft. The brothers are brilliant. But their quarreling will be the death of me. Tokasia, har har. She actually does get killed by one of them in the story. Got the Foundry Inspector. Automation inspectors ensure that the consulate's stringent standards for mass production are upheld. This is from Kaladesh, but it applies in the Brothers' War. Wild card, and then the rare and or mythic is... Urza, Prince of Krug. Urza, Prince of Thieves. So 4 mana, 2/3 Human Artificer. My artifacts, creatures get +2, pay 6. Create a token that's a copy of target artifact, except it's a 1/1 soldier creature in addition. So it doesn't help to... If I've got a 7/7 artifact, if I pay 6... It doesn't help to copy it, because then it'll just become a 1/1. But if there's an artifact that does something amazing, I can copy it to do multiple things. I have a vague idea for a deck for that. Watch this. If I take my mono white Oswald deck and duplicate it and make that Urza the commander, then I can do some shenanigans with copying artifacts that we'll figure out later. Oops. Oh yeah. So let's just toss it in there, and without really thinking how it fully works, put it in there. I have to fix the mana. So this is not optimized at all, and it's going to need optimization, but the idea here is Urza can copy stuff if you've got lots of mana. And I have a lot of interesting one-off artifacts, so maybe copying them might be interesting. There's not really many artifact creatures, but let's play that for a moment. Completely unoptimized deck. It already has the package of removal and card draw and such, but nothing else exactly there. And I have to deal with dual mana. The Bushwag. Ooh, everyone loves that turn 1 shadow, what do you call it? Although I can idyllic tutor to get some removal. In the meantime, tap them out. Oh, there's the blue. Ah, man. Okay, but they don't have enough mana for... Oh, no, they just get the mana on that automatically. Never mind. That's easy. Alright, this is excessive. Well, the whole deck falls apart as soon as I exile that. Now, can I play this properly if I pay 2 here? Yes, this is more efficient. Ramp and then exile. And then what after that? God Pharaoh's statue. Banish my own light. I'm gonna need some removal. If I bring out that blocker, you're gonna have removal. Yeah, we're gonna win with that. All right. Copy replicating ring. That'll be funny because, yeah, it makes copies of itself. So add a counter. When it's got 8 counters, you make 8. You make 7 copies, and you have 8 in total. And then turn after turn, they start to also add counters to themselves, and then you can have more and more. So I wonder who has created yeah, if I don't get the perfect opening hand for this, I'm not playing against this opponent. Fine, this'll do. They're obviously going to go really strong. Now, of course, what's going to fail here, it's not going to give me my 3rd mana. Guess I can be greedy and wait 1 more turn for them to play that Precious Angel that they want to play. Wipe and then inspect. Flying lifelink, fine. Missed a land drop, but they've got Giada back. No more removal. Missed the land drop. If I had double reservoirs. They haven't used any ice. Well, I want to play my Urza and get stuff happening, but I'm missing too many land drops, so this deck isn't really doing much versus the opponent. Just kind of keeping alive a little bit with that reservoir. Barely getting to 6 mana. Alright, so we got Meteor Golem next turn, but what do I even destroy? They've got 3 amazing things, and now we got one of those. And now that's gonna make everything big also, so... So that's what I said about wasting my time with that opponent. It's such an easy deck even with minimal mana. Obviously the only thing that'll save me here... Nope, of course not. So yeah, again, why am I wasting my time with that deck? If I don't have the exact removal for it, it is just such an easy deck. Throw every angel into it and don't even think. Just like slivers. Oh, this one's weird. Okay, the Gleeful Spell Thief. It's all about targeting the targets plus the targets. Since I don't have this deck optimized at all, that's also the big reason why it's losing, I guess, because it doesn't have any blue mana. And the deck is the one it's the Oswald deck that relies on the transmuting of artifacts. So if I've got the mana, I can copy over and over the Meteor Golem. Wow. Oh wow, look at that. You got the double copies of copies of copies. You're living the dream. Well, at least one of your copies I'll take out. What if I can create double Blackblade Reforges? I want to equip that Blackblade, but instead I would rather mess with the opponent. Alright, so here we go. Next turn, equip that Black Blade. 4, 5, 6. Or if I have my 7th mana, I can Meteor Golem and hit that copy of that Spell Thief. I seem to not draw my land until I play a spell for it. Alright, so I've got the 6 mana to copy Blackblade. This will be weird. That's sort of the living the dream, copying Blackblade, holding 2 Blackblades at once. Although actually that's not going to work. You know what? Now that create a token that's a copy of target artifact you control, except it's a soldier. It's still going to be legendary, so it's not going to... Yeah, fine. Spent all that mana, that's fine. If I copy that Blackblade, it's just gonna be, still gonna be a legendary thing, I guess. So then I won't be able to have 2 of them. Alright, well, you finally got your wish on all of that. Alright, well, I have to work on that deck at some point. It is obviously just thrown together, but the other... Mishra deck, let's play this one for a little bit. The Mishra deck that I made last week, I completely remade it with a little bit more of a focus on unearthing things. So let's play this one for a little bit. The idea is to try to get some stuff in the graveyard and then unearth, cast them in for a confusing strike at one point. Reinforced Ronin, it's a 2/2 with haste. So it's interesting how the evolution of cards and such, because imagine back in Alpha, a 2 mana, a 1 mana 2/2. But the downside here is you have to keep recasting it. Took you that long to play your artifact, huh? I wish I had some artifact destruction. Maybe you would hurry your turns next turn. This precursor golem on first glance looks like the old basalt monolith or something. Basalt monolith. Well, we got Urza online now. Everything's got hexproof. Don't really have anything interesting to discard to the graveyard. Or any way to discard, that is. Next turn, they'll have their Scarab, their Locust God ready. Double red mana. Alright, here's some shock and awe. We will play this Precursor Golem, which then copies itself. Alright, so how can I get that Sundering Titan into the graveyard? So they have their 5 mana. Where's the 6th mana for the Scarab? There we go, 6th mana for the Scarab God. They can finally get online, although unfortunately, Gear Hulk, who cares? It'll deal some damage. Decline. Never let the opponent draw cards, although that's going to be a bunch of damage. So we'll give them the who cares? GG opponent. Attack with an Ornithopter, why not? So yeah, they did like 10 damage. 4, 5, 6, 12, 13, 14. No, they did 15 damage. Okay. Start with 25 life. 15 damage. Sure. But then how about we do 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. How about we do 13 damage plus a 0-2? So the deck, it hasn't, you haven't quite seen its full power, and I still have to tweak it because I had a couple of really cool artifact creatures in hand, but how do I get them into the graveyard? Well, I do have, of course, the Tormenting Voices and Thrill of Possibility and such to, in addition to cast a spell, discard a card. I have some of those. I have a draw a card, discard a card effect. But at that moment, I didn't have good ways to put those big creatures into the graveyard. Uh-oh, we're dealing with no colors at all, huh? Oh, here we go. We've got the Bone Shards to destroy a creature, but first discard my own Skyscraper. And this will be ironic. I've got my own Ugin to play also. So let's see what the opponent does. I know playing the mono white, the colorless is its own thing. You could add destroy target creature cards. Yeah, like Bone Shards. As initial cost to cast a spell, sacrifice a creature card, discard a card, destroy a creature, or Planeswalker. I don't think I have too many of them, but yes. Maybe looking at the Grease Fang deck, because that one also had some good ways to discard, which was also black. What is the opponent doing? There we go. You're taking 10 years to play your 1 mana cost. Anyway, I got the Tormenting Voices right there. So, okay, Tormenting Voices, discard Walking Skyscraper. So that will be a sorcery. But on the next turn, play this mountain and then Voices. Let's see if I can trick them into tap your mana for that Shadow Spear. because they can see when you hover over cards and stuff. Infernal Grasp doesn't hit a creature, but the bone shards will hit that planeswalker. Yeah, so they're just definitely ramping. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Oh, they're missing a land drop. Excellent. Alright, so we've got Mishra on board. And then we've got that walking skyscraper that we can bring back to life from the graveyard. If they have their that's their 6th mana for Ugin, they cannot target me without sacrificing something. I guess they will sacrifice something. Oh, never mind. Okay, well, they're at a big disadvantage here because I will do a shard to discard that bird.
This experience still proved useful.
Then we'll bring to life the skyscraper. That's an 8/8 with trample. And then attack with the 4/4. Trample. It only gets 1 hit. That's the big downside of this strategy, is that these unearth and then they get exiled, so you get 1 shot off of them. But that's the trick of getting them into the graveyard. You got your own Joyra's Familiar, a Helm of the Host, that's a good one. Let's get rid of your advantage there. Bring this flyer temporarily. Are you going to pay all that mana to duplicate your Metallic Mimic? I see they're going to pay that. Nope, they're going to bring an 8/6. Okay. Now we're in a little trouble.
I came into being long before your kind ever existed. Ether itself serves me.
Alright, so they could copy that 8/6. That would be trouble. But if they send those 8/6s to attack the Planeswalker, that's not so bad. Alright, that's an 11/6 with trample to the Planeswalker. Nah, who cares? Well, yeah, let's actually grab that from the blocker, and then they're like, never mind. Okay. Streaming for 4 hours. Okay, we'll play just a little bit long. Almost as powerful as Ulamog. Will they all miss the indestructible part of the equation? But you see, so when I tried to make this deck last week, it was okay, but then I started to think more about, well, what's the synergy? What's the strategy? And now the one I'm playing right now is that version. What are the stats? I'm gonna pull up my stats here. Actually, I shouldn't have kept this hand. They're probably gonna have a turn 1 Llanowar Elf, and I'm not doing it until anything turn 3. Oh, thank goodness for that. Have a 39% win rate on this Mishra deck at the moment. There's the turn 2 whatever. I think it would be better to get rid of that now. Bolt the bird. Mono green, they probably have a bunch of artifact removal. And then maybe it was very bad to remove their... Oops, they missed the land drop. Okay. Oh, well. If I get one more mana, I've got enough for a Worm Coil Engine. But nah, bring out Mishra, that's the big idea. Rep Ring. Just we were talking about that replicating ring. There it is. Pretty cool token. Pausing for priority. It probably means some sort of combat trick to play. Make them play it. Or not. Alright, so everything's got... protection. Next turn, they've got Vorinclex online. And I'm missing land drops, so I'm gonna hold off. There we go. All right, no problem. That's the first time you leave before the stream ends, ever. So good luck, and thanks for stopping by, and we'll win this one in your honor. Renata. Ochre Jelly. Attack with 3 worms. Or not, 3 golems. They killed the main golem, so I can just bring it, I can make it come back no problem. What is that one? Chitter Splitter. Okay, it does stuff. How about one of these instead?
My presence alone will guide you toward begone, interloper.
Good old worm coil engine. It starts off as a 6/6, and if it dies, it becomes 2 3/3s. 5, 6, 7, 6, 7, 8. You just need 1 more mana for your Vorinclex. Now you got a 4/4. Although they can't block, so I forgot about that. Let's see if they don't see the icon. But they're not gonna attack and leave no blockers. They're dead. Because then I can just bring back to life. Oh yeah, so they've got the sacrifice something. And I guess that's a thing to do.
The fabric of the multiverse obeys me.
And then they'll just take the damage. So they're like, let me just hit you at least 1 time. All right, well, that would be a good place to end. And the good place to end the stream. Just looking at a final thing here. Thank you. So here's the stats on that deck. It's still... Here it is. So it's still... why don't you open it? Let's try to open that deck. Never mind. Okay, so we can't open it. So we can see it here at least. 12 to 17, so 41% win rate. Still trying to see how good that is. That Urza deck I just threw together, of course, it's 0%. And then Jace. Look at that. The Jace's Seafood deck is 91%, but let's actually make it more impressive. This is only showing... Well, let's look at it on win rate, and let's look at it in terms of show me more stats. Well, 55%, but I played it so many times, 64 to 52. So that's 116 games, 55%. I played the Oswald deck, 267 games, 57%. The Owl deck, another 58%, with also dozens of games. So Satoru's deck, not too many games, but every time dominates. The Mono White Adventures, 82%. Greasefang, 100%, but only 4 games. Wonder if it would be good to arrange these by minimum number of games played. Professor Onyx, 53%. Tiny Bones. All right, so yep, I could convince myself to keep playing and playing, but let's do the end here. I think it's just myself and Gabe, and so we'll wrap up at this point. Thanks for hanging out, and be back next time, getting better after the flu, after catching this flu, but slower than I wanted, but getting there. All right, well, you're welcome, and see you next time.